G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more Stationeers. And I've got a rocket full of oxygen that I'm ready to bring back. I'm hoping it's going to be enough oxygen that I'm at least pretty close to pressurizing the base. I think I decided it was that I needed to get 300 kilomoles of oxygen to be able to get the base up to a breathable oxygen partial pressure. I don't know if that's correct, but we'll see how close I'm actually going to get. I'm really quite interested in this. I so hope it's going to be enough. And basically what I did between the last stream and now is I did get the mining rocket doing all its mining. I got it completely full of oxygen ice. The 10 moles per block ice. So it should have in it, given that there's a medium cargo container on it and a small, if I understand correctly, it was like, what was it? 10? 100 stacks in the small one and 200 in the big one? Medium one? Something like that. It's a lot. I think I can safely say it's a lot, whatever it is. And so hopefully that means I've got something like more than 100 kilomoles of oxygen on its way back down from space very soon, once I've done this quick bit of farming. Because I keep running out of chocolate and sugar. 50 plus 100. Okay, so 150. Yeah, 150 kilomoles. That's pretty good. Also, I figured I'd do this quick bit of farming because I've got the slight unamused face in the top right, and I thought, maybe if I stay out of my suit for just a little bit longer, that'll go away. Kato, plants take CO2, not oxygen. I mean, in the real world, yes, they still need a small amount of oxygen, but predominantly plants convert carbon dioxide into oxygen. And also, this is my breathable section of my base. Oh, thanks so much, Horman. Horman in space, thank you for 27 months. And I was staring at this name and I couldn't figure out how it was meant to be said. Is it Unseelie Fantasy or Unsee Lie? But thanks for the Prime sub. And thank you, Danny Jig, also for the Prime sub. And Victorious, thank you for 31 months. And the Maker Mechanic, thank you for Prime sub. And Fulgen, thank you for 15 months. And I've got some exciting news. I'm going to be in Prague in 2 weeks. Yeah. Some of you might have already figured out why. Yes, the first 2 comments. That is correct. I didn't pay for the tickets either. Thanks to Mauron. Thank you for the gift sub. Let's take these cocoa seeds down to the thingy. One creative dragon? I have no idea. I don't even know what Keen are planning. I just blindly got excited about the invite and everything. It was like, sure. And now I'm at the point where I'm like, I should probably find out some more details. Like, what I'm doing once I get there. Thanks, Bingus Largus. Thank you for the 3 months in advance. No. Kato, when there are minimum of 2 flights to get somewhere, I always say tickets. Well, there's also the return flight, so you know. It's plural. Why did I come in here? This is not the place I want it to be. May as well pick up the iron while I'm in here. And do another batch. I don't know why I came in here. How's the wall looking? Empty. Yeah. It is kind of one of those you can just blindly accept. Yes, I'm allowed to say I'm going. Yes, I did check ahead before I said if I'm going. They've already revealed their release date, so it's not like it's revealing information. Okay, let's go land a rocket. Let's just check where it's at. So... why does the ratio say 0.755? I'd filled it. Ratio 1. I was looking at the wrong device. I was looking at the medium battery, not the storage. Never mind. Okay. So, low chance of successful landing with a 120-kilometer landing height. Oh, it's so full of so much stuff. Oh, okay. Let's go outside. Actually, I can start the landing here. And then we can go outside and watch it. So, battery on. Location. Map, I mean. So we're currently at this oxygen vapor, which I have depleted pretty much entirely. So let's go back to here. Turn on the engine. And we have 16.3 kilonewtons of thrust, and I need minimum of 15.7 for a 120 kilometer landing. We have 480 seconds of fuel time left now. It's going to be a bit less by the time we get to Venus orbit. I'm guessing we're going to have about 440 something seconds of fuel time, which I hope is enough for a 120 kilometer altitude burn for landing. Because I really don't want to lose all this oxygen. I really don't want to. It's so much. Alright, here goes. Set destination, launch mount, 120 kilometers. We have just enough thrust, theoretically, for that, as long as I've got enough fuel. I can't change anything else. There's nothing I can do to make this better, so off we go. Alright. So, it's estimating... descent arrest of 587. Uh-oh. That's more seconds than that. Oh, poop. That's not good. Alright, we'll go outside. Let's see what happens. Oh, man. Oh. Thanks, Vesek. And thank you, Jay Moran. Thank you for the prime subs. The cargo doesn't have mass, so there's no cargo dumping or anything like that you can do. Quick, build a trampoline to dampen the landing. Yeah. Oh. Really need to pave more of the area out here so that I don't have to avoid the holes. Hey, Tommaso. Thank you for 39 months. There's still more than 100 seconds difference. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, this sucks. I don't have any way to fix this either. Oh. A really big fan. Yes. Altitude 64 kilometers. Wait, why is the thrust only 14.9 kilonewtons now? Wait, what's... Huh. The autolander adjusts the throttle. Shouldn't it be throttling harder? Oh, it's sunrise. Still too high to see it. I think we start seeing the rocket at about 20 kilometers or something like that. If you turn the rocket off, can you turn it back on and do a suicide burn? I don't think it's going to matter. I think I run out of fuel. Regardless. There's more than 100 seconds difference between the descent arrest and the fuel time. I didn't think I was going to need that much fuel for the landing. Because we did a calculation last week and it was... I had comfortably enough fuel with 400 seconds and it's turned out to be wrong. There are some things I wouldn't mind testing with this though. One of the things being, can we actually let it do a lower altitude burn and just manually start the burn earlier? To make it work. I wonder whether there are things we could do to make this actually work. How inefficient this thing might be. But still, we're about to see an explosion, I think. In about 2 minutes. Right, was it 20 k's up we could start seeing the blue light last time? It's a bit harder to tell in daytime. 19 kilometers. I'm not sure the 2 times are getting that much closer. There's still 100 seconds between them. I mean, they should get a little bit closer because as we burn fuel mass, the rocket gets lighter. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this is definitely, these 2 numbers need to be closer to each other, and they're not. Because this ground velocity is... the acceleration is too slow. Alright. 10 kilometers up, can we see it yet? Don't think so. 9 kilometers. "45 seconds of fuel remaining." I could have sworn it was visible from more than a kilometer up. I think there is a blue dot there, depending on the perspective the angle I get on it. 20 seconds of fuel remaining. Ground velocity is still 76 meters per second. And we're out of fuel. Impact in 20 seconds. I'm wondering how quick this thing's gonna come in. Whoa! Quick! It is gonna come in quick! Holy cow. No, you don't get to keep anything. It's annihilated. It did some mining beneath the pad. Alright. Let's see. I want to test some things. I'm so curious if there is a way to make this land. Might have to go back to when I was doing the farming. Pretty sure there are cheap options for mining charges. So true. Alright, so we're back in here. Perfect. This is good timing. Is there a way to refuel in space? No. No, there is not. Is there a way to go back to before I spent so much fuel being up in space? No, I don't think there is. So what we're going to do, we're going to turn off the autolander. And we're going to go set destination. Pump gas engine on. The amount of fuel it uses during this first bit of flight, I think is fixed because you are basically it's the delta V to do the transfer from one orbit to another. After that, I don't know what control you have over the landing. Oh, Autolander definitely cannot do it at a lower height. No. No, Dr. Drago, there is no directly home. It's always via the linkages you see. So it's always going to do the orbit of Venus and then down. So that's why it's fine doing this. No, that's the way the system works. There's no direct home because you have to get into orbit of Venus first before you can get suborbital on Venus. Yeah, there's no cost stopping. There's no cost to that. You're just in orbit. So, what we're going to do is we're just going to leave this on the 70 kilometers because it said it was successful after a certain bit. And we've got our location set, and we're going to turn our pumped gas engine on and see what happens. It says impact in 250 seconds. Oops. Oops, I did bad. I did the wrong thing. We need to reload. So what I've just done there... No, Dr. Drago, that's not how it works. Stopping in orbit. You don't stop in orbit. You're orbiting. You're still moving. That's not how it works. Yeah, I still had the 70 kilometer burn time selected there, so let's not do that. Move and build the platform closer to space. Yes, Autoland was off, so I was doing a manual descent, but I was doing it starting at 70 kilometers instead of starting at 120, and I wanted to start at 120. Which we can just do now, like that. Save as pre-crash. Save. No, Danny, I think what happens, because the Autoland altitude is 120 kilometers, I had it set to 70, and it seemed to start my altitude at 70, not at 120. I'm hoping that having it set to 120 will mean it'll start at 120 for my manual descent. Huh? Can we find out what happens if you jettison cargo when it's inside? I don't think... No, Denny, I don't know if it's true, but it's what it seems to be with the 120, 70 height thing. It was just because I clicked it and then I saw instant 70 kilometers altitude. I'm like, wait, I think I might have done that. Silent Phoenix, I'm not sure I can dump cargo in flight. I don't think I have a system capable of doing that on the rocket. Bravado, it seemed to turn the engine off. But maybe I did? Because that's less fuel, isn't it? Oh, man. I'll get this right eventually. Mayhem, this is quite different to Space Engineers. I mean, this part especially. Why are you not going? What is going on? Oh man, I'm gonna have to load back to the other one. I've done something dumb. Did I get enough sleep last night? No. No. Toby was very upset in the middle of the night. So no, I did not. There's also a part of me that kind of... there is a big part of me that wants to... Oh, wait. My battery has to be on, then I can set destination. That's why it wasn't working. Because I can't set a destination without my battery being on. Charlie, stop licking your feet. Hearing your tongue slap against your nose is very distracting. It's also not good for your feet. I have to give you more of your medicine for your feet. See you, Tamaleron. Getting some Groundhog Day vibes here. Yeah, there's a part of me that wants to go back to the saves from before I messed around off stream to fill up the rocket and just bring back what I've got at that point. There's the other part of me that knows that I'll feel sad if I do that. I don't know what I'll think if I manage to get a successful landing here. I think I'll probably just play on. Okay. Turn that off. And... start. Location is set. Yep. Go. Yeah, descent to rest. 391. 433 seconds of fuel remaining. This might work. Yes, Apex is a bit high. That's true. So if I turn... so do I... I don't understand what I need to do here. No, Tufty, the rocket exploded. I'm just trying again because I wanted to learn some things. There you go. Tincho and LC, both with the rocket explosions. We'll watch it again in a minute. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I'm gonna guess that my best plan here is to switch on the autolander at some point. Particularly now that my ground velocity is low enough. I'm going to turn the autolander on and see what it says. Nope. Autolander needs to go off. Pump gas engine needs to go on. Apex is 38 kilometers. Okay, I'm going to have to not waste fuel by burning up early. Apex is 24. All right, I'm going to have to reload this again. Although we can probably do one kinetic impact for the fun of it. Oh, maybe this is going to be about right. Because that's getting better. Impact velocity is getting better. Oh, come on. That's looking a lot better. Apex is now a few hundred meters up. Unfortunately, descent to rest is now longer than fuel time. So yeah, I'm going to have to do a reload. Although that's coming down faster. I can't use the throttle. I don't see any throttle controls anywhere. Is there a throttle control? Oh, there's a throttle there. I could use a throttle. That says impact. All right. I'm going to leave that. I'm going outside. If I can pull this off. My thinking is, just at the last moment when it's almost at zero, like it's almost at the landing pad, is when I turn on Autolander and let the Autolander finish the job. Also, I noticed something then about the throttle. As I delete numbers to change it from 99 to 97 or whatever, it was going to 9 for a moment. If I can do this, I'm taking the success. I agree. I don't care. This is not easy, so I'm fine with it. Dawn approaches. 16 kilometers up. Impact velocity is 40 meters per second. Fuel time is longer than impact time. Impact velocity is NA at that. Oh, impact velocity is in the orange. Eight kilometers up. $15 meters per second. 5.5 kilometers up. 12 meters per second. I'm guessing I want to keep that probably under 5 for the impact. There's got to be some tolerance there, right? $96.2. 60 seconds. Oh, there we go. It's in the yellow. It's in the green. Oh. 10 second. 10 meters per second. 30 seconds. 35 seconds. I've got to stay in this screen. This is terrifying. I don't want to be in this screen. I want to watch. Come on, come on, come on! Be a good landing! Yes! Whew. Oh, man. Oh, yeesh. It has... Oh, look how much fuel it has left. 278 moles of volatiles remaining. Holy cow. Okay. I have learned some useful things about rocketry from that. Oh, jeez. Alright, let's get... Here you go. We need to experience another blammo, don't we? It's so quick! Whoa! It's just so quick. Whoa! Quick! It's just bonkers. Oh, wow. Okay, I feel... Now, I know some of you are going to be like, well, you had that. Stuff it. I'm taking it. That was hard work to make that landing happen, and I didn't know enough information beforehand to really understand it properly, so I'm happy to save Scum to the point that I got this right, because I learnt some really useful things. If only that had fuel, the fireball would have been neat. Ooh. 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 Okay. Okay. Here we go. Save as. Success. Save world. Now, how long does it take to get back? Let's do a full load of fuel, shall we? I mean, considering I advocate for save scumming in my Space Engineers tutorials. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Yeah, exactly. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to set destination. We're going to turn on the battery first, then we're going to set destination. And make rocket go now. I'm going to turn the engine off as soon as this thing is heading to the planet. And let's see how big this explosion goes with a reasonably sized load of fuel. If the landing is reasonably possible, then the autolander should have done it. There is that, Noble Hunter. I mean, it... I I'm really glad that I now know about these sketchy landings and that it is better to manually control it because you get better efficiency out of the rocket. Oh, which is kind of cool. Like that the auto lander is inefficient, so you're better off doing a proper suicide burn. Okay, now pump gas engine, you turn off. No, auto lander, you turn off. There we go. So impact velocity is going to be 1.2 kilometers per second. Which means impact is in just over 2 minutes. Yeah, Stationeers has had a lot of updates and improvements since they did their full game refactor. So they did a whole bunch of stuff in the back end that I think they started about 2 and a bit years ago. And then over the course of a year or more, they were course of quite a long time, they were working on that, which meant there weren't really many updates coming out. And then once they'd done their refactor of all of the behind the scenes stuff, they've been pumping out updates really regularly. So I just want to do this to see what the explosion looks like. If I happen to do this with lots of fuel on board. Oh yeah, the last time you played was 2019. There's a huge amount of good stuff that's added. The big one's the obvious. There you go, impact in less than 1 minute. I kind of want to turn the pump gas engine on just so the impact is slower, but let's see how quickly I die. No, I don't want to save. This is just, let's get an explosion. Oh yeah, it's not gonna have a that was a thing. Alright. So, there are going to be a few things here, but let's plug this in first. Let's plug this in. And now we will offload all of the ice. Cargo storage small, cargo storage medium. Open 1. Oh yeah, there we go. And the ice begins to grind. Alright. Thanks, Silent Phoenix. Let's have a watch of that again. it's not gonna have a... That couple of seconds delay on the fireball was just perfect. Brilliant. The chutes are insulated. They perfectly insulate. As long as you don't put windows on them, there is no warmth that can get into the chutes. How are we going for emptying out so far? Small is still full. Medium is almost empty. So, I'm pretty sure, and I think Shadow Drake confirmed it, this is where I want to go for scanning for better ice to bring home. I'm also thinking today I will try and build a scanner rocket so that we can have 2 rockets up there, one doing the mining, one doing the scanning. I'll still put a scanner on the rocket with the miner because that's this one, but I'm going to remove one of my drills because the drills are super heavy and that's probably what made it sketchy. Can you put an H2O2 generator to refuel in space? Sadly not. This should almost be everything. Oh no. Oh yep. 150 chunks of ice. Sweet. Let's check this pipe. We are accumulating oxygen. Let's go check on... Oh, nuts. Before that got home, I should have checked what the values were in the tanks. Let's go see. See where I start and see where I end. Mayhem, honestly, at this point and my recent times I've looked at Valheim, I love Valheim's building. I don't love the rest of the game. Like, Valheim's building is epic. You can build some amazing stuff, but the rest of the game, And so it hasn't... The stuff they keep adding is the rest of the game, and so it hasn't really enticed me back. That may change, but it has not enticed me back at all. Okay, so we have 166 kilomoles of O2. I'm gonna quickly grab that so that I don't have to try and remember it. My usual way for these. And we have... Doesn't matter about the volatiles, but I'll take that anyway for the start of today. Because we didn't come home with any volatiles. That was a pure oxygen load on that rocket. Crazy Canuck, I think it's closer to 300 needed for the base. 300 kilomoles. How am I going for CO2? That's going okay. How are we going for CO2 pumping into this? We're up to 68% CO2 and 4 megapascals. How's this preload bit going? Up to 2.57 megapascals. Okay. And 70% CO2. So our CO2 should start climbing quite a bit too. Where do I have the tube coming in from for the oxygen? Can't remember now. It's this one, isn't it? Oh, yeah. It's this side. So this side's going to keep going up and up and up and up and up. I know you said no to putting an airlock on the gas room to get the rest pressurized. Yeah. It just... I've left it this long now. I kind of just want to do it. It's an all or nothing thing. With how long I've waited. Cool. So that bit of the rocket's done. I now need to rebuild the rocket and I need to refuel the rocket. Let's check my fuel tank. I think it's got a solid fuel mix in it. Pretty close. Something that I should probably do is go get myself a pipe analyzer and change this script. Because I'm monitoring the tank, it's not quite balancing things correctly. There's too much of a delay there. Whoops. Yeah, that should stop. After one more. There we go. So apparently I left plastic sheets being made. Whoops. Don't think I'm going to be needing any of these anytime soon. Oopsie. Nah, I reckon I'll need a lot of these eventually. Because they're what I make the walls out of. You need 2 of them per wall piece, so it adds up pretty quickly. But yeah, that's that's not going to need to be printed anytime soon. And now I was distracted from what I was doing, which was pipe analyzer. I did finish more of the walls. As you can see, there are more walls finished than there were. I did the upper row around here. Well, apart from the corners. Ignore the corners. So my plan with the kitchen was to probably fix it when I get the rest of my base sorted. As in pressurized. When I'm building the shower, I'll rebuild the living quarters. But maybe I'll get that done first. I don't know. See how long this oxygen takes to process. And how many other tasks I get completed in the meantime. Yeah, Kazek, I was thinking something like that would be an option here. Where instead of measuring ratios, I measure the moles and partial pressures and things to try and get it all correct. But I thought I'd just go with what I've done here and see if that gets it close enough that I don't care anymore. Okay, I can just leave that at tank fuel, and I can also put an extra decimal on here. That'll hopefully improve things too. So that's got... yeah, that's pretty much a bang-on full tank. Alright, I'll just manually fix this one and then I'll test it on the next load after I load up the rocket. So I want a little bit more oxygen. There we go. That is close enough. Is the command the same for the tank and the pipe analyzer? That's a fair question. Ratio oxygen. Total moles. Ooh, total moles isn't going to work. I'm going to need the tank. Dang it, this doesn't work. Gotta change it. Alright, so we will go alias analyzer D3 and load tank oxy is R1, so load tank oxy would be analyzer ratio oxygen. Then the kilomoles is my tank fuel total moles, so that should work. Ratio oxygen, yep, that's good. Cool, that should work. Yeah, yeah. Export. So that should be good. Now, I think I can get rid of this pump. And just have the one out at the rocket. Although I was thinking of putting a valve in, wasn't I? Have I got a valve around here? Because if I connect them with a valve that I can just open instead of a pump at this end, and then I can close that valve and pump it out, that could be useful. You do not need to code to play this game, no. There are some of the more advanced things that are useful with it, but it is not required. This is the first playthrough I've done where I've done... Actually, no, it's the second playthrough I've done where I've done any serious coding, and it's the first one I've done where I've done it without having a very helpful supervisor over my shoulder. So I'd played 400 plus hours before this. So yeah, you can very much not code and still play a lot of this game. Also, I'm terrible at programming, and I've managed to figure it out, so when you eventually get interested in it, I'm sure anyone can, if they can find the right projects to start on and the motivation for it. Whether you'll find it fun, can't say for sure. Whether you'll be able to, yeah, I reckon if I can do it, anyone can. So now what I can do is I can just open this up. And because that is basically empty, we open that up. That's going to fill. And when I want to empty it out, I can close that and pump it out. So I think that works as a much safer system because now I only need to use the pump out at the landing pad. Because that's not going to overpressurize because the tank won't be able to do that. Does that make chat an unhelpful supervisor? Sometimes, yes. And oftentimes, not intentionally. Oftentimes, chat's trying to be really helpful, but just because chat delay and other things, it doesn't work out. Okay, let's start dismantling the rocket. Taking out the bits I don't need. Because I think the only thing I need to take out is the miner. And then the other question is, do I add more fuel tanks? I think without the extra miner, I'm probably not going to need them. Yeah, chat delay, disjointed posts with multiple people trying to explain multiple methods. And then me sometimes conflating one method with another, and despite all that, I am very appreciative, obviously, of the help, and incredibly appreciative of the fact that this is how far I've gotten in this game thanks to that help. I would not have gotten this far without it. No chance. Alright, I think it's... yeah, it's the middle one I want to get rid of. Alright, let's have a look. Do I attempt to put more fuel on this by moving the scanner to the middle? Or do I just load this up and send it off? I'm feeling more like load it up and send it off. Because we know this rocket works. And I know that I got almost as much fuel in it on the previous launch as I did on the first launch, and the first launch had plenty on board. And with that much less mass from the drill head being gone, it should be that much better. I did check my levels before the new gases. I've even got them on my other screen. So we'll see. We'll see if we hit... in theory, once the oxygen's been processed, we should have 300 kilomoles of oxygen. Yeah, like, I could move a lot of this stuff around and give myself more room for more fuel, but I'm just not sure that I need to. That's why I'm kind of staring at it going, I actually had this thing working pretty well. Like, it worked. Oh, one thing I was contemplating with this, though, was an extra battery as a backup battery. But I don't think I can do that without having to redo the whole thing, so I'm probably not going to do that. I don't know. I think this is good. I think this will be fine as is. Let's not overcomplicate things. Got a working rocket. It's got a fairly solid amount of storage. This trip can probably just go and get some volatile ice. Load up on that at the close spot, but we'll see how much fuel I've got when I get to space. So let's hook you up. Let's turn the pump on. Oh yeah, scanner rocket should definitely have 3 batteries or more. Let's check. So we've got 33.4 and 33.4. Let's pump it in. And the rocket should End up with about 30 kilomoles of volatiles. About. Yeah, Spectre, I think the same. I think it's good enough. I think this rocket, because I've removed mass, should be heaps more efficient and be able to go much further this time around.
Hunger caution.
Daz, I'm probably not going to use a more powerful engine. I think I'm going to stick with what I know and what I know works with the rocket for now. Yes, Zuriel, my rocket has gone blammo, and then I save scummed, and then I learnt some really useful things through the save scumming, which is exactly when I feel you should use save scumming. It's when you can learn something. And I decided that because it was still really hard, I'm keeping the safe rocket. Hey, doggy. Yeah, I think for the scanner rocket, I'd probably go with, I don't know, 4 batteries? Maybe even more? I don't know whether I'll run out of battery or, fuel first. Doing all the scanning. So the reason this can't overpressure the tanks is because I know what the tanks can handle, and I don't have any new fuel being added to this line. This line is just connected up to the tank that I filled up to 30 kilomoles of volatiles and 15 of oxygen. And so that's as much as can get into the rocket, so I know this is perfectly safe. As long as I don't turn on the script until this pump is off, nothing should go wrong. I think. Oh, there's something I do want to do. I want to move this computer. I want to move it over to this side so that I'm not staring at the those things. No. I'm sticking with should and I think. Because that's where excitement lives. That's where fun resides. That's how we almost had an explosion last week. Oh, I can hear my partner having some fun inside. Toby's discovering the range of his voice. Or testing it again. How high-pitched can he go? That's always a fun thing for parents to have their kids testing while they're in public as well. I figured I could either move the computer to a point where I can see the rocket better, or move all of that conveyoring, and moving the computer seemed the easier option here. There we go. Up to 14 kilomoles on board. Fueling's gonna take a little bit longer. Presume we're fully charged. Yes. Alright, we'll turn one of those off. Make sure these are in fact empty. Ratio 0, ratio 0. Now the downside of the pump at this point is that this is quite low pressure and this is quite high pressure, so the pump's going to struggle. Which does make the whole process a little bit slower. Oh yeah. It's the umbilical detaching that freaks me out, like it did before. Oh, storm. Storm. Ah. Alright, we're gonna have to wait this out for the launch anyway. Glad I put more walkways in. So it killed your rocket, it auto detaches on game load. Ooh. Well, I almost killed my rocket last week because I messed with the conveyoring or something on the rocket that reset the umbilicals. And then I noticed it with 61 megapascals inside that pipe. Which is scary close. Now what are you here selling? And do I care anymore? Honestly, I don't think I do. You can go, bud. Let's see you depart in the storm. By which I mean not see anything? Oh, there was something else that I didn't see, and that a comment pointed out. Huh. This is broken. There we go. I think that's the only busted one. The others look okay, as at least as much as I can tell in this storm.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, hydration critical. Yep, there is a pipe in the airlock. It's so fancy. Oh dear. That is kind of what I was worried about. So I did the whole thing with replacing these with medium transformers. And as you can see, the wind turbine ones are full and are struggling to trickle charge the base. So I may need to add an extra battery to those, to this side of it, so that I can have more storage capacity for the storms to then trickle charge into the base batteries. It's getting... This is... A singular power system for your whole base when you've got to do as much cooling as you do on Venus is pain. It's pain, that's what it is. Yes, beep, 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 beep. Yes, I hear you. System, I hear you. Okay, make some batteries. How many wind turbines do I have hooked up together? At the moment, I have 16, so 4 on each of these batteries are currently hooked up. And then I have, I want to say 80 solar panels. Why am I trickling charge in? So things don't explode. That's the whole reason. This cable here can only handle 100 kilowatts. So all of these together, assuming there was ever a time when they could all be putting out power, which is possible, need to put out no more than 100 kilowatts. So alternatively, we'll have these ones with power because these are my solar. My battery's hooked up to my solar system. They'll be feeding power in. Or during a storm, these ones will be feeding power in. And it seems like they are putting out more power than the base is using. But I just need to make sure that these don't get full, which they are. So, because right now I'm wasting a lot of the power from the storm. You see the base's total power usage. Honestly, I never really understand what I'm looking at with it, but we can have a look. Oh, I can't actually look at the cable. I don't know what I used to look at the cable. Config cartridge is not the thing. Yeah. Yeah, I could split this up so that the solars go into one set of batteries for the base and the wind goes into another set of batteries, which would allow me to have a total of 200 kilowatts going into the base batteries. I'm not... I mean, I'm not too badly set up to do that. I could just split off these top ones and just drop them down here. That could work. I'll think about it. Let's get rid of that beep 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 sound. It gets a bit much. The thing is, yes, I'm limited to 100 kilowatts in, but I'm also limited to 100 kilowatts out. So, while there probably are benefits to having the ability to put more than 100 kilowatts in, I shouldn't be able to exceed what I can currently put in. As long as it's kind of sitting at near maximum most of the time. Yeah, you can see down here what day it is. 638. I've been here a long time. I'm kind of proud of how much I've done. There's been a lot of learning that's happened during this save. Hey, I may not have had a shower, but I've aired myself out a few times. Surely that counts, right? Alright, so I think what I want to do is pop an extra battery on this side above each of the wind turbine power sources. Because they should just be able to do their things. I shouldn't need to do anything fancy with that. Although, have I actually left enough room? Yes, I have left enough room back there. Good. Didn't plan that, but it worked out. So I should just be able to hook this up. So, obviously it's too late for that storm and I wasted some of that storm's power, but that's fine. It's just how it goes. That should work to up the available storage for my next storm from the first bank of wind turbines. And I've already got another battery come out. Yeah, I think this will be a good enough solution for my purposes for now. Gives me storm storage, and then I can keep putting more batteries in for solar storage. As you can see, the ones that the solar's coming in on, they're the flashing ones. So they'll be delivering power now, and these ones are still draining into this system as well. So it looks like I've still got just enough power for my needs. Oh wait, no, I've drained off heaps more power because of the rocket as well. So yeah, I'm doing all right. Down to 200 kilopascals. I might now go close that and turn this pump on to charge the line a bit better and help the pump that's outside. Yeah. Should the power button from those batteries glow green? Only when they've got power that's not getting immediately taken by the other batteries, which happens. And so they often don't show the glowy green light. It's a thing. It's just a thing. Yes. Stationeers making tutorials, not great when they come up with as many updates as they do. Tutorials take a lot of time, a lot of work. I like to try and make them as good as I possibly can. And so I don't like to make something like that and then have it negated a week later, as it feels like I've just wasted my time. But as to why the Terraformer series ended, the save died. / maybe it was my CPU that was showing some badness at the time, now that we have more information. But yeah, the save did not play nice, and so we had to end that series. And I may do more edited Stationeers content in the future. I don't know. I'd like to, but we'll see. With Space Engineers 2 just around the corner, there's going to be a whole lot of that first. I didn't skip the pollutants. They were fine last time, but now one of them isn't. All right, how are we looking? We're up to 182. It's slow, but it's getting there. We got 25 kilomoles in here. That's over 200 now. Takari, gotta wait for multiplayer before you can do Survival Unlikely in SE2, and multiplayer is not on the cards for the next long while from the way they've presented the information so far. We have 27 kilomoles on board the rocket. Weight is only 12.4 kilonewtons. Oh, that's so much better. Dry mass of 1,600 kilos instead of 2,200 or whatever the last one was. Oh, so much better. That drill was really heavy. Double drill on the rocket was, I was lucky to, even on cheesy reloads, make that work. No, the ice crusher is not my bottleneck. My bottleneck is actually this filter. I should put another filter in here so that I have 2 oxygen filters working, pulling the oxygen out. The reason I know the ice crusher isn't the problem is that this tank is going up in pressure and has now reached 26 kilomoles of oxygen that hasn't been moved through. And same with 3 kilomoles of CO2. So I possibly need to put in an extra CO2 and an extra oxygen filter. I know the ices from space are pure, but there are annoyances with having to deal with sorting them beforehand that I was just like, yeah, I'm just going to sort them here. It's fine. Plus, it works nicely. It integrates nicely with my cooling system if I put the cold gas from it in where I have. I already have pumps attempting to optimize these things. They are, probably working okay. Let's see. Oh, wait. What? The oxygen doesn't have a pump? Aw, man. I thought because I had the pumps on the other side, I had them on this side, but apparently I don't. I don't have pumps to optimize. I should fix that. I think I got pumps on the floor. I have 1 pump. Do you have any other pumps? I do not. I have gas utility things though. Alright, let's do the CO2 first, since I've got great pipes. Wait, did I not? Would it be worth having a separate charging station just for the rockets? I mean, depending on your setup, yeah, I can see that being useful. Is it something I'm likely to do? No. Alright. Let's see if that actually helps. Yeah, pressure's dropping. Why is it still saying? Oh. Hang on. Won't this always say a 0 Pascal pressure differential because the input is the unfiltered output? So... That's a lot of extra pumps. It's a lot of extra power. Alright, pumps it is. That's the last battery. Let's get some electronic parts. Need some gold. I think the filtered output is probably going to be the highest of them. A lot of the time. At least in the case of the oxygen, it is. But I think in the case of most of those, the filtered output is now higher than the input most across it. Alright, time to refill this battery. Do that while I'm remembering. Just trying to do various tasks around here as I remember them. Because I think, especially in the case of stuff like adding these batteries, having a sudden storm, even though I've just had one, it's probably not going to happen. And realizing I didn't do these would be kind of annoying when I've already built the parts. There we go. Switch them on. Struggle with non-inverted mouse again. One battery short for all of the wind segments. That's... whatever. I don't care. One battery short is not a big deal. At least I got 3/4 of it done. So I need... oh, whatever. I'll make 5. 5 volume pumps. And I need some brown pipe. Throw this in here. Deal with later. Yes, that's probably a better way to put my now infamous line of, I like it that the game keeps throwing up problems. This game is great at making sure your ducks do not stay in a row. Yes. That is apt. Very apt. I think I'll just go under. I think there's a neat way to do this elsewise. Keep hitting R instead of C. I'm all jumbled up. My quest to uninvert my mouse is confusing me on all sorts of fronts that were unexpected. Oops, wrong thing. That's down. Let's see. Are we going to get a pressure differential? Yay! Hooray! Oh, thanks, Johnny. Thank you for 21 months. Sorry, I missed that. Thanks, Phantom Builder. Thank you for the Prime sub. Alright. Let's tear that up. No. Homeostasis is... The homeostasis is possible because there aren't... This isn't like oxygen not included where there are losses everywhere. There are additives everywhere. And so you actually end up in a situation where you've got more than you had before. So instead of so you can achieve homeostasis because you can just throw stuff away in most cases. Whereas games like Oxygen Not Included that there are losses in all the systems, which I think is why I've always struggled to enjoy it as much as I could. Homeostasis is not really possible. Don't worry, I'm going to repaint these so that they're not wrong colors. Let's just turn that off before I explode that pipe. I don't think what I've been playing that's making me press R instead of C. It's not a key in Forever Skies, is it? I don't think so. Weird. Okay, let's get some spray paint. Oh, we got the brown. Hydroneer. Yeah, it was probably Hydroneer. Hydroneer seems like a good game to blame for messed up controls. Yeah. I'll pay that. And great. And now I have improved my system. And the rocket should be ready for launch. Let's see how this is going. We've got... There we go, pressure differential of 2.7 megapascals across that. Up to a decent number there. Let's fill in the floor again. $760 across that one. Not too bad. And $735 across that one. Cool. So we're now up to 188 kilomoles. Yeah. This pumping uphill is now going to be part of is now going to struggle. And so the filter efficiency will drop, which means I will need to add more filters to process this faster. But let's get the rocket going, because it takes forever for it to do all the things. It's impossible to survive on the moon without ice. Yeah? Yeah, the moon without ice, you need to be probably mindful of how you capture stuff from things like the solid fuel generator and your furnace, but you should be able to capture all the necessary gases on the moon, I would have thought. You may have to go a similar route to what I did here on Venus and use a trader as well, as you may not be able to do it before you die. But you should be able to do it. Alright, I think we turn the pump off for the moment. Check the rocket. Rocket says 28 kilomole, 29 kilomoles. I think that's alright. I think we'll be satisfied with that amount of fuel. So let's disconnect the umbilical. And we will empty this pipe. Yep, once this is launched, I will try and make a scanner rocket. Now let's just check everything. Batteries are still good. Cool. Alright. Time to launch. Okie dokie. Yeah, fender builders, I think Mars, the engineering there is up to you to create the problems for, because it's got everything you could possibly need. So it's more about scaling and chilling out. The other places like Venus with its cooling, that's the big fight. But once you've figured out how the cooling system works, the fight is really just scaling it up and hey, we got a successful potential landing at 70 Ks at launch. Good. Whereas Mars, you can relax a bit more. You can have a bit of fun and just build things for the fun of it. All right, let's set the destination for the L4 transfer. Make rocket go now. Off it goes. So we've got almost 1200 seconds of fuel time, which is pretty good. Acceleration is 1.62. Thrust to weight is 1.3. That's pretty decent for launch. I'm happy with that. Yeah. I think you probably would have enough time on the moon to get everything set up and have self-sustaining gas generation from your plants and things like that. Because now that I think about it, one of the reasons that Venus makes that tricky and gives you a much shorter time frame is because of the use of your oxygen tank to cool your suit. Because you're not going to need to do that on the moon, it's actually going to be... your oxygen supplies will last for ages and you'll have heaps of time. to collect some CO2 and get your plants going. I know it says an ETA of this much, but that's wrong. It's calculating that based off in Venus Atmo. Once it gets to orbit, those numbers will shift a lot. But we're going to go out here, and we're going to go and scan for the more dense ice to collect. So, yeah. Let's go grab some rocket bits and see what we need to build for a scanner rocket. Yeah, mushrooms might actually hold some value if you've not got any atmosphere. I guess I just burn through so much while I'm like create so much CO2 with my smelting, I rarely think that it's going to be needed. And because I keep playing on planets that have CO2 in their atmosphere, I guess. Yeah, they probably would be needed. Let's turn on the fuel pump. Do. Oh, yeah, that's right. When you're using deep miners, you're not going to get any off-gassing ores, so your smelting process isn't going to create heaps of CO2. That's true. It's a fair point, so you are going to need to use mushrooms for that. Yeah, good point. I didn't think about that. Because I've never really done the moon much. The aesthetics of the moon always put me off. It's just so grey. It just doesn't have much interesting to look at. I guess you got Earth-like. You've got the Earth to look at, which is something, but yeah, it always put me off on that front. The ultra-low gravity also drives me nuts. Yeah, I could see that becoming frustrating too. Come on, empty out. Oh, I mean, that's probably good enough. Alright, let's turn on the system and see if it works any better. I feel like I might need more capacity in this. Because it's putting the oxygen in and then it's like, nope, too much oxygen already. So we're going high on the oxygen side of things. We were low before, so what I might do is drop that to there. Oops. See if that improves it. Yeah, the oxygen is coming through at a much higher rate. I think having some inline tanks on this to make this network a little more, give it a bit more capacity would probably help. Could you reduce the pump rate, making it more precise? Yeah, I probably could, actually. That's a good point. Yeah, if I just make the fueling process a bit slower. So that's hovering between 33.1 and... Okay, yeah, now we can probably set this to 333. And then... Now it's sitting pretty good. With a 2 to 6, if we go 3 to 9 or 3 to 10, maybe that'll be able to still stay pretty good in the margin that I'm looking for. Yeah, and I think the extra volume here makes it flick up and down less as well. Alright, this is going to be possibly a much slower fueling up process, but that's okay. Because most of the time this is able to just sit idle. Because once the rocket's launched, I don't need to do anything with it. So that should be all right in the long run. Okay, so for the rocket, I need an engine, I think. I don't think I printed off a new one. I think I've just got fuselages. And I accidentally printed off too many fuselages as well. So I left it printing, as you can see here. I have a few too many. Pumped gas rocket engine, need gold and copper. Don't think I've got either on the wall here. No. Alright, let's go smelt some of those. Beldenick, there was blammo. Yeah, there was. There's been actually a pretty solid amount of it today. Yeah, I was expecting more copper than that. Fine. Alright, we should be able to do all of this in this one. So let's start with the copper. Grab the copper bag. Nope, that one's empty. I did do some sorting of my ores, as you can see. To try and get a little bit more stuff out of the deep miners. So I'm actually looking a bit better on the ores front than I was before. I don't think I'm building as quickly as I had been either. That'll do for that for the moment. And then we'll get gold after. Oh, it's so nice. The deep mined ores. I don't even have to add any extra gas to the furnace. Because they don't off-gas. They don't cool the furnace at all. So I can literally just pop them in, and out comes ingot. Although some of these were not deep mined, apparently. Intentional full field crash was awesome too. Yeah, that was pretty cool to see. I'm glad I did that. Gotta have fun with these things when you can. And now I need more gas. So apparently a lot of my gold is old gold. Right, yep, 350 will do. No, it's not. It's too cold. Now let's put more through then. You had a furnace explosion. Oof. Been on the receiving end of a few of those. I think one of the best furnace explosions was Capac and I on Europa. When I exploded the furnace there. Yeah, that one did blow up half the base, that is true. It was horrible. There were so many good bits from that Europa run. I really had fun with Capac on that one. I would very much... I'd love to somehow manage to get that feel of a playthrough again. The stuff we did there. Although I think Capac knows too much now. Question is, will he act like he knows it? See, Eponymous Misty, when I said old gold, that wasn't what popped into my head, as in old money. What popped into my head was a Cadbury's dark chocolate, because it's called old gold. I was putting gold in here and copper in here. Let's not put 400 grams in. Let's split it. No, I didn't want the gold, I wanted the copper. The abandoned buildings was me just messing with the planet settings at the time on Europa. That allowed us to have the abandoned buildings that were present on another planet at the time, which no longer exists. So you can't do what we did back then. It's not possible anymore, as far as I understand. Because the abandoned buildings were a horrible performance problem. And so, yeah, they had to get rid of it. Because basically you were effectively putting your own base across the whole map, and lots of them. And the game didn't like that at all. It was not happy. Like, even in that playthrough, even back then, I had to tell Capac, you can't keep going exploring, you will destroy the game. It's a miracle he actually listened. Alright, so 1 for the rocket bottom. 1, 2, 3. Then we need battery. Gonna need a few of those. We don't have quite enough electrum. Right, I'll put that in. Yeah, I don't know the Rocket Works have any plans to revisit the Lulan wreckage style play. I feel like they've gone in other directions now. They've got other ideas. Okay, that's 4 batteries. Fill up my heavy cable stack. AD, I don't recall them saying they wanted structures with the terrain update, no. I recalled they wanted to try and figure out ways to encourage you to travel, but I don't know that any of them have been confirmed by the devs, as this is, yeah, the direction we think we're going. Yeah, making a pool on Mars sounds like a fun goal. So you can go swimming. Yeah, check the Larrys before I went live and they were okay then. And my power shouldn't have gone out, so they should still be working. Although I say that, and I think my power's about to go out. Is it morning or is it night? Please be morning. I think it's morning. Oh, I have reloaded since. That's a good point, Daz. That is a good point. I should go check the Larrys. I am also tight on power. This is not good. Yeah, I'll have to go and burn some coal. I'll go put these bits out since I'm heading outside, and then I'll go back in and grab some coal. In fact, I could probably do that since I'm not trading right now. I should check on the rocket, see where it's at. It should have reached location by now. Too many things. Oh. I think I'm out of power. I think I have to do the coal thing first. Oh dear. Alright, let's go get the coal. Put the fuselages in here first. No, the rocket stuff, I fixed the rocket stuff from being downstream of the large transformer. I did fix that. As you can see, the cable now goes around. I need to go get some coal. Poop. I mean, I could probably add small turbines to the big turbines lines. As the big turbines put out a maximum of 80 kilowatts and I've got an extra 20 available. So that's an option. I don't know what the maximum and minimum, well, I don't know what the maximum outputs are from a small turbine in a Venus storm. Because I'd want to make sure that during a storm, I'm not outputting more than I should by adding those to the system. Similarly, you know, if I designed it with this in mind, I could have had solar and wind on the same circuits. I just would need to make sure that there's some sort of safety in there for if there is crossover where the solar is producing and the wind's coming out. Which may well be the fact that I've only got 4 large turbines. $800 max. Okay. Honestly, I've never been able to pass the information from the network analyzer in a way that it told me any useful information. Like, I've genuinely always just kind of looked at it and been like, I don't see anything useful here. Any chance another cable is burned? Shouldn't be. There's a chance, but it shouldn't be. Alright, rocket. Battery, yeah, we haven't burnt through too much. Rocket scanner, scan. Chart. Chart progress up to 1,000, okay. Pump gas engine wants 5 pipe. I don't think I have any left out here, no. Alright, I'm gonna have to go get some more pipes. Yeah, my lights are probably using up a lot of power, but I dislike... My experience of the lighting automation options in this have not made me want to do it at all. I like the lights being on before I get into a room, not as I get into a room. I like seeing all my base lit up, even though all of it isn't. Am I interested in any real-life automation stuff? No, not really. The barrier to entry to all that stuff turns me off immediately. I'm like, no, I don't want to touch that. Like, I'm interested in it in the sense that I think it would be nice to have. I am not interested in spending the time to learn it. Because I don't think I'd get enough out of it. Now, I was coming in here for getting some pipe. I don't remember what else. Oh, that's right. What I was remembering. Turbine. Get. Upright wind turbine. Need iron, and gonna need more copper. Yep, I know the turbines have random variable power too. As long as their maximum is at a safe level, it'll be fine adding them to the system. So my idea is if they max out at 800 watts, then I've got 20 kilowatts or even 1600. Basically, I'm not going to add more than 10 of them anyway, so even if they output it max out at 2 kilowatts, it's still going to be fine. See, Fulgen, I've got smart light bulbs here in my shed. They're terrible. They're constantly changing color even though they're not supposed to. And it's all just awful. I think that was the point where I was like, I don't want to deal with this stuff anymore. The more functions you add to a thing, the more functions there are to break. And there are some things that I just like to have work. Just want them to work. I don't want them to have so many different failure states. All right, so we'll get more of these wind turbines. That'll help the power situation a bit. And I don't like this power situation. I don't like how often it ends up completely broken. But yeah, basically, the smart home automation stuff falls under the same category for me as custom water cooling loop for your PC. It'd be nice to have the finished product, but I don't want to deal with the maintenance or the setup. I'd much rather play a game. I'd much rather, for the day or whatever it'll take me to set these things up, just stream instead, or just spend time with Toby instead, or do so many things instead. So this rocket, it needs to have lots of fuel tanks, and needs to have avionics, and it needs to have the batteries, and it needs to have a scanner. That's it. Okay, we've got the rocket scanner. Now let's get the scanner head. As we print off more of these guys. And then I'll need a whole bunch of heavy cable to add to that as well, because I don't have enough. It should be... Shouldn't take me too long to at least get a little bit of extra power in. Oh yeah, I should make more than one scanner, shouldn't I? For the dedicated scanner rocket. That is a good point. What? Oh. Oh dear. Everything's out of power. Alright. Let's go low power mode on the lights. See if this makes enough of a difference. The fact that the printers haven't switched off is interesting.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah, I should deal with those waste tanks because my other one is full. My backup tank, I think. Oh, no, it's not. Yes. Oh, I printed off a... Oh, no. So, make... avionics, because that's quick. And then I need the... what's the thing called? Celestial Tracker. What does a Celestial Tracker do? Data link, that's what I wanted. Do I need a separate data link for each rocket? I probably do, don't I? Yeah. Yeah. I will be right back. I need to take a quick bio break. We're going to go to the no screen one because the other one's still busted. I'll be back in a moment. I'm back. There's something really strange that happens on Twitch, where the music that I use, and I suspect it's just not apparent at other times, but the Be Right Back music, or the thing, the going live intro music, there's something weird that happens on Twitch's end that causes it to sound odd to some people some of the time. It's very strange. So it's not something I have any control over. It appears to be a Twitch problem because it is specific to some people some of the time. It's weird. And usually a reload fixes it. I reckon what's happening is they're culling some frequencies or something. Now that the sun is up, I'll have power again and I can check what the rocket's doing. Maybe. The fact that this is off is, concerning. Yeah, Twitch does things that, yeah, you'd think they wouldn't do. Yeah, sure, but when it's your only job, even if it's hard, you should be better at it. No, there's no burnt out cable. The problem is I just don't have power coming in. I don't have enough. And I think adding those 4 pumps to my filtration setup won't have helped. So I'm going to go add these upright turbines just so we can get some more base power coming in. No, Daz, to connect the other turbines that I'm not using currently will actually take a whole lot of extra work because I'll need to put in extra batteries, I'll need to put in a whole bunch of different things. So that's why I'm going for the build the cheap upright turbines. And hope that I can just put more power in all the time instead of my heavy reliance on storms, and I should have brought frames with me. Yes, Twitch is simultaneously the name of the platform, how it acts at times, and what it makes you do. Accurate, Ryle. Accurate. Turn off the deep miners. Oh, I honestly, if I really need to turn things off, I should turn off the lights. As I've done. I need frames. Give frames. Give steel sheets. Yeah, the airlocks uses a decent amount of power with the big vents too. That's a fair point. But the lighting is constant, so it's going to be worse. Now, these little turbines, do you let me place them in between? You do. Ah, nice. Well, that's going to save on cable considerably. Oh yeah, I'll check. Good call. I should check on the Larrys with all the power outages. Although, checking on them before I fix the power outages is probably a bit of a moot point. Because they'll break again. At the next one, potentially. I do wonder if Rocketworks have a plan for higher capacity cables for the nuclear stuff. Because I feel like that's going to be kind of necessary. Yeah, cables that use one of the higher tier alloys, exactly. Every time. Every time it starts correct, I scroll straight off it. With the auto placement thing. Okay, so these are currently putting out 87 watts. Compared to the big ones, putting out 200. Don't feel like they're going to do much. But I've got, what? I've added an extra 10 of them. So that's an extra, with how much they're outputting right now, half a solar panel. Now they're well over a solar panel. Now they're back up at this level. But the difference is they do it all day, every day. And all night, every night. And these are super cheap to make, and I can implement them into my current system with considerable ease. Especially if I'm just adding the ones in between for the moment. So yeah, that was 11 of them, right? Yeah. So right now that's an extra 1.1 kilowatts. That's something. It's gonna help. How much do the lights use again? Ah! That was a mistake. Wait till the vents have stopped. Required power 50. Okay. So the way that I could think about it is each of those little wind turbines allows me to operate one of the lights in the base, on average. No, Worms, the big turbines are not at the limits of the cable. They're 20 kilowatts beneath it at their maximum. I've got quite a bit of headroom, but if I put one more on there, it'll be enough to blow it. So I need to... So my idea is to basically try and get about... like, get just a bit closer to that maximum. Yeah, I could add 20 small on each one relatively safely. In theory. Assuming the 20 small ones max out at what's being... Vox's... assuming that the max hasn't changed, Vox, since you last checked it. Because the big ones used to max at 10 and now they max at 20. So if the little ones used to max lower, well, maybe that'll be a problem. If they now max at double what they used to. Did you recently check in the middle of the storm box? Because this changed in the last month. This was their last update before Christmas. So it would have been after you checked it then. Yeah, I'll have to check in the next storm. We'll see. But I'm not gonna be able to make enough of them for it to be a problem before then. So it shouldn't be an issue. We should be able to find the information before then. Worms, I have no idea what you mean by just having transformers. I have transformers. I already have them. Oh, you're meaning putting transformers on every... I do have transformers on each line. Each line is maxed at 100 kilowatts. I already have one on each line. Like, I already have this thing set up. It's just that I was set up for a lower maximum output previously. I do have one on each line before each battery. Well, effectively. The only way to do this would be to put a transformer on each wind turbine. Or every 4 of them. Which means a whole lot more expense. And for effectively forcibly wasting power, which seems to be backwards from what I want. And it doesn't... No, you can't go back to 8 per line because I think the producers producing... Well, actually, is it based on the producers pushing out that much, or is it based on how much the battery would pull through? Because the battery can pull more than 100 kilowatts. If the battery can only pull 100, then yes, maybe it would stop it from frying. But instead, what I'm doing is trying to make it so I have more power. And I store all that. I don't think having transformers there is gonna... Like, yeah, it might allow me to put those extra turbines in that I haven't currently got hooked up to a battery, but really what I should do is build more batteries for those ones. And figure out how on earth I get more cables out the door without them crossing over. Which I can probably go through the roof around here and get 2 more on. Or 1 more in. But then should I just not make more solar? Because that's consistent, reliable, safe. The nice thing about these turbines, and the reason I'm kind of doing that while doing other stuff, is that they are cheap. They require really basic stuff, and they'll be able to increase my power output with my current system without me adding anything else fancy. Alright, you guys said I need another one of these. And we want at least another rocket scanner. All power problems can be solved by more power. Exactly. Yeah, I know. I know I could put transformers in. I don't want to. I'm not going to put transformers in on the line. You guys can suggest it as many times as you like. I'm not doing it. I am trying to make a rocket, though. And there we go. We'll make 3 scanners. I think 3 is going to be enough. More than that, and I'll probably chew through the battery too quickly. How many have we got? Another 4 of those made. Oh, I hate how dark it is in here now. So I think the reason for the power loss to the base is thanks to me no longer getting free power. Because these batteries are hooked up independently to their own transformer, I no longer get the fake double battery, double power. I suspect. So, yeah. I think I'm a long way behind where I need to be for power. Indeed, Crazy Canuck. That is why I have backseating may be ignored. I'm fine with you guys trying to tell me to do things, but I'm also reserving the right to just go, nah. And do whatever the heck I want to do anyway. My thought right now is, at least if I can put out a bunch of wind turbines, because they can be printed off while I'm printing off the rocketry stuff. It's a nice, simple way of adding a bit of extra power while I'm struggling for power overall. It's funny, the stuff that's on directly on the mains is all dead, which is the computer system for the rockets. But other things are okay. At least that battery's now charged, so that's not chewing through everything as well. And the power from the coal generator is still coming through, but it's only a trickle because it's, well, not enough for the whole base anymore. Right, that's the 2 scanner heads I need. Almost got 10 more turbines, which is another, what, 500 watts of power? Consistently? Somewhere around that as an average. Annoyingly, until I fix this power situation, I am not going to be able to check on the rocket at all. I can check on this, though. 205 kilowatts. Kilowatts? Kilomoles. How much is in this? 35. I've almost got, between the two of them, that's 240. Ooh. We've got to be getting close to base pressurize. Got to be getting close. I don't think I want to print anything else off right now. I've got these turbines built. Crazy Canuck, I might... Well, what I might do... yeah, in an hour or so, is hook up a vent to the oxygen tank and start putting oxygen into the base. and see how far it goes. See how close I get to breathable. Because if I hook up a vent, I can always turn it off once the oxygen levels are low enough that I need to store them so that I can launch more rockets. But I reckon I'm going to get close. Like, I genuinely think I'm close. That should do. Do the tank test? Oh. I mean, I'll only do the tank test if you guys agree ahead of time that that is a perfectly reasonable thing to do, and then instantly reload. Because it feels cheesy to test too many times that way. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 already on this line. Let's see how many more we can add. That's 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I think that works. I think that'll be a nice little boost. So one of the other reasons I was thinking having these wind turbines on the wind circuits is helpful is that it means that I've got more batteries trickling in their 10 kilowatts all the time. Because I haven't checked yet, but I don't believe the solar outputs more than it can push through in a day anyway. Wait a second. My solar circuits aren't anywhere near as big as they can be. Are they? Just got to check that. So I've got 20 panels, and each one outputs 500 watts. That's 10 kilowatts. I could make these heaps bigger, couldn't I? Yeah, it's 200 solar per cable. No, I do not have the advanced alloys for them, but I could make them. So I could put heaps more solar on each line. Why did I do 20? I don't remember why I did 20 in the first place. I think I just thought 20 was enough. Yeah, battery will be a limiting factor long before the 200. But that does mean I could put down a heap more without having to mess with my batteries and circuits. If I can make some more astraloy. Or buy some. But I think make some. Ah. Hook all solar together, then add unconnected turbines to the solar cables. Yeah. Yeah, that's potentially a valid option. Although, I think fiddling with all those cables will be more hassle than I want to deal with. Hey, we've got blinky red lights, because it's daytime. Means I should be able to connect to the computer on the rocket. Good. Because I'm chewing through my battery power on my rocket. So we've got ice gas cloud and we've got rare asteroid cluster. We want to go to ice gas cloud. Location info. Doesn't have any location info. Right. Set destination. Rocket. Go. I had a broken brain in my airlock. Do I want to chart or discover? Chart. I'm hoping this is... I'm hoping it's not this one that's got the stuff. Chart is new locations.
Hunger caution.
Pollutant volatile NOS. Ah. That does... The nitrous oxide gas does have more oxygen in it, though, than the other one.
Waste tank caution.
So... But that volatiles is rich. Okay, so I probably want to stop charting and I want to discover instead. Yeah, the volatiles one's good. I don't know whether this one is what I would like to do. I think I'll just go for the volatiles here and go for a full load. And just go to the closer place to get oxygen. Because bringing home 10 moles of nitrous that I've got to filter out, I don't really want to handle the nitrous, to be honest. And it feels like a lot of stuff to bring back and sort out when I could just go to the closer pure one for an extra 4. It's an extra 40% in the load, but that's a lot of nitrous to filter out. When I don't use nitrous for anything. So yeah, as soon as I get a volatiles location, I will go and mine it. Nitrous is new rocket fuel. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, that's much better power situation. I think I might be getting close to breaking even. Need more little wind turbines. Yes, nitrous means reworking the gas filter. I would have to filter the nitrous before it gets into anything because nitrous is pulled off early. And I would need to bring it back around and pump it, have a separate filtration for it, and ugh. I'm also going to have to do the same with this pollutant, though. But it's... Yep, I'm going to have to. Oh, that's so annoying. I'm going to need a separate tank to filter from. New. Poop. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to pump straight into this tank anymore. I'm going to need another tank, which I can probably put outside, filter from it, run the pipes directly to their appropriate tanks from there. Nuts. Yep, and cold pollutant means liquid pollutant. That's also bad. But the pollutant being liquid when nothing else is means I could just have a liquid drain straight to atmosphere. So I can just get rid of the pollutant that way. But I think I'll still want to have a pollutant filter because I don't want pollutant getting into my oxygen line. So I think I'll probably have the drain getting rid of the liquid to get rid of as much pollutant as possible, and then the other bit. But I need a tank outside for this, which is annoying. So now I'm short of copper. How many have I got? 5 more. No more copper on the wall. Let's go make some more. Given the pollutant is the smaller component of what I'll be bringing home, I will also put it'll be a pollutant filter that I use because the filters will wear out more slowly. Yeah. Yeah, Shiro, I don't know whether the power cost of having to use an active filter rather than just draining off the liquid would be worth the cooling gained from the small amount of pollutant. I genuinely don't know how that equation would work out. But I can see it being a problem. Potentially. I can see how that might be a problem. Right, we've got copper. Any more iron come out yet? Should be coming out soon. Yeah, Takari, I can't remember whether I picked up all the copper and gold off the ground. I've got more now anyway. Always needing more copper. Yep. Yeah, that's a fair point, sure. I would have the filter anyway. So I'm going to be running it regardless. No, I did pick it all up. More gold. More wind turbines. Because they're cheap. Let's check on the rocket if I can. Discovered 2 locations. One is pollutant ice, and the other is pollutant ice. Ugh. Well, that's rubbish. Yeah, let's check the greenhouse. Check the Larrys. I think they're both okay. Yep, they both look good. Other thought for using NOS gas-powered generators. Yeah. I wonder if I do wonder if I have enough of an excess of fuel and oxidizer now that I could run a gas fuel generator. I keep seeing things on the Stationeers Discord about them going badly wrong, which makes me a little bit cautious. But I do wonder if I have a surplus on that front. Has the hothouse reached an exciting new form of plasma yet? It probably has. I should have a look at that when I next go outside. Also, at some point I should smelt a huge amount of iron and make the conveyors to just connect these two things. So I don't have to do that anymore. Yeah, it'll have like one molecule bouncing around at near light speed. That's what's going to be going on inside the hot room now. Where are we at? 9. I'll go outside with the 10th. And then we can start assembling rocket. With the bits that I've got there too. Come on. Finish. We still got power to the no. We do not have power to the computer. Yeah, the chutes around the base are something I definitely want to, when I build my next base, try and have some concept of where they might go and have a service corridor that actually holds the chutes as well as the pipes. Because I didn't really think through the amount of chutes that would be needed when starting this base. Because so many. Now, that one is also hooked up, so we need to add them to this circuit too. I know this isn't as many as I can fit on each circuit, based on what we've been estimating, but I figure getting some on every circuit makes more sense first. Yeah, I should probably turn off a bunch of equipment as well. There are a whole bunch of things that I could be doing to try and optimize my power output. But instead I'm trying to push my power input as high as I can manage. So I just really like having things being able to be left on. It always feels like I'm going backwards a step when I turn them off. Which doesn't make any sense. It's silly, but it is what it is. Yes, this is a case of brute force versus efficiency. Oh wow, those turbines are moving slowly. just 20 watts each. Still, I've added something like 10, 20, 30 extra little turbines. Something. I might go smelt some astraloy. A whole truckload of it. And make some solar panels, because I may as well leave those printing as well. Yeah, advanced tablet. That's something I should have done months ago. I should have done it so long ago. Yeah, lights use a lot of power. No, the small solar panels get damaged by storms, but the small turbines do not. The wind turbines don't get damaged by storms at all. Alright, astraloy. What does astraloy need? I need to make a lot of it. So I need a lot of steel. Ah, cobalt. I don't have much cobalt. I'm gonna have to go out and mine some if I want to make a whole lot of astraloy. I had the same problem last time I made a bunch of it. So I have a grand total of 150 cobalt. And probably nothing in this line, really. I have a rocket near rare asteroid. True. Let's have a look. Have we gotten what I want? Volatile ice. Okay. Set destination. Rocket, turn off the scanner. Go. How is my battery doing? 73%. Yeah. That's not great. Yeah. The power usage, because I can't switch things off easily, is also a problem. So I think I might do similarly to what I've done before from a... Oh, no, I've still got my full big battery. The second battery. So I should be able to let this do the full mining boost. And just come back to it later. True, I don't have the right miner head to collect ores, so I can't go out there and easily do that. I'm probably better off just going out and hand mining some cobalt and searching for it that way. Making a beacon and putting some power on, just make sure I can search out wherever I like. Yeah, Takari, I did sell off some cobalt to the trader annoyingly a while ago, because I forgot that it was part of astraloy when I did it, which was a mistake. Size 6.6. Base yield 18. That's pretty good. Hopefully this scanning will get done while I'm in a decent power situation. We've got 10 more wind turbines. We'll stop there for now. So I don't think I've got the space to put down more than that anyway. Let's go see what I can do to fit these in. Yeah, 80. I know a lot of people like the whole when you leave a room things turn off thing. I hate it. Like it just annoys me.
Air tank low.
No, I've got to go back inside. I should have changed that when I saw the comments saying you should need to change it, but then I got distracted by something. But I really dislike everything switching off as you leave, everything switching on as you enter. I like things to be able to continue going, and yeah, I've done it once before. I didn't enjoy the process of automating it, and I didn't like the outcome either. And I know there have been things added since then, but it's just one of those things that I've never really wanted for my base. I want things to feel... I don't want to feel like I'm constantly entering an empty room. I think that's what it is. I think there's like this inherent sensation for me when I'm playing a game like this that if the lights are all on, it doesn't feel as lonely in the base. Whereas if they're constantly off and they're only on when I enter the room, it makes the base feel really lonely. Yeah, see, in multiplayer, it would be better because then you're seeing where people are moving, you can kind of get an idea. But I feel like with single player, it's just a reminder that I'm on my own. There's no one around. Thanks, Robo. Thank you for the prime sub. I think I may end up putting even more of these down. And it's one of those things that obviously, streaming, you never feel the same alone as you do when you're playing, or at least for me, I never feel the same alone as I do when I'm just playing on my own. But I still find that sort of lighting situation would create that feeling. And so I'd rather not have it, if that makes any sense. Probably doesn't. It's all pure nonsense, really. It's me just being a bit weird. Because it's more about the game world than the actual being alone, I guess. Never really thought about that until it kept coming up as a topic today. I've never put all that much thought into it. Is there really no other solution to power? There are other solutions to power. There's the gas fuel generator, solid fuel generator. The gas fuel generator is one that's quite popular, I think, because people expect me to explode if I use it. I think with the rockets, I probably could have enough fuel and stuff being generated to run one of them and create power from it. But I'd need some sort of very clever switching system to allow it to charge up multiple batteries that feed into my base at once. Because the current setup I have would mean that its maximum throughput to the base power proper is just under 10 kilowatts, which isn't enough. So I'd need to change the way I do things and have some way of sending it to multiple batteries that feed into the base. On top of all the other complications of doing it. Yeah, Crazy Canuck, I would expect there to be separate nuclear turbines as a thing. You can have them randomly turned off so it feels haunted. Well, yeah, yeah, valid. I wouldn't feel alone. Is the power situation using direct deep mine at a coal engine? I sort of have that, but I also need the coal for making other stuff, so I try not to use it too much. I think the reason I stick with spamming solar and wind is because there's a known output. I'm definitely getting something extra in. Whereas all the other systems, particularly the gas fuel generator at this point, it's going to take me a long time to get it up and running. And by then, I've got a whole bunch of problems in my base that I haven't dealt with. And that's an issue. There we go, 750, just need another 250 to go. Richness, increasing yield by 500% from 18 to 90. 60,000 in this asteroid. Okay, I think this might mine fairly quickly. I haven't been able to source any space hamsters to run them in hamster wheels. It's been a long time since I've been able to do that. I've wanted to, I put Capac in one a while ago. Wait, no, 280%. It's heaps more I've got to go. It's not that 1,000, it's that 1,000. Ugh. How's my power looking? It should be okay. I'll leave that going. Now we're going for cables. That should be enough to get things finished. I'll leave that printing while I'm outside. Yeah. What happens at 50% rocket power? At 50% rocket power, I can then switch the power from one battery to the other. I can turn the other one on. I leave the other one off so that I remember that once I activate it, I need to pay attention. Because you can always turn... The rocket can be completely... Like, the one battery that has power can be off, and that's fine. The rocket will still function and connect. It's magic like that. And I reckon they knew how annoying it would be if it wasn't magic. So did it that way. As much as Stationeers is kind of... It lives in that space between annoying and depth. That, I think, is pushing it too far. Alright, so I can fit another, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wind turbines in. And having them all nice and neat. They are putting out a not insignificant amount of power. I've got... How many in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I've got another 41 of them. So that's 4.1 kilowatts at their higher rate there. Yeah, exactly, Vox. It's a lot more time between storms than during storms. So having that extra consistent input is incredibly valuable. Just need to bridge that nighttime gap a little bit more. One thing I am going to need is some more steel frames, which means I'm going to need to put some more steel in here. Going to need some more steel sheets. I've got quite a lot of steel. Like, I've got a kilogram of steel, so I could, you know, make it 500 grams of... It's you get half as much back from Astraloy, or is it a quarter back from Astraloy? Can't remember. Honestly, don't recall. Half. Okay. So yeah, a kilo of steel will go into 500 grams, which isn't too bad. Alright, let's go wind turbine, make the remaining 7. Kern, I honestly don't know anything about Star Trucker at all. I think I looked at it and went and didn't register any of it. Okay. Make rocket or keep an eye on rocket? I need to make the new rocket, but I need to make more power and I need to make more astraloy. I think I've got to go mining. Let's go get some empty backpacks. Actually, I just need cobalt. What I need is a beacon. Did I smelt down my beacon? I reckon I did. Tool manufactory. Need a tiny bit of gold and a tiny bit of copper. I didn't want to put more gold in there than I needed. Is it just Euro Truck Simulator but space? Is that what Space Trucker is? Because, I mean, I would... If I had time, I would totally have gotten sucked into Euro Truck Simulator a lot more than I did. It's kind of the... It's a style of gameplay that I do get sucked into. But it's not one I can really stream. He's asking what did you plan for Sunday? My Sunday might be, Space Engineers. I need to check something out. There was a scenario I saw on the front page of the workshop, which I'm like, maybe we could have a look at that. See if it's any fun. Otherwise, yeah, more Hydroneer, probably. Not up there. So, the reason for the beacon is if I'm going to go searching for cobalt, I'm going to need to search quite randomly and quite a long way. So I want to make sure I can make my way home. So next thing I need to do is find my tracking cartridge. But I was thinking, this with a nuclear battery in it should last plenty long enough for me to find my way home. Tracker, there we go. You guys wanted me to put the network analyzer in and have a look at things as well. How many have we got? Got 5, still need 2 more. There we go. I'm using 27 kilowatts. That's a lot. That's an awful lot. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait, have I left one of my... Did I leave one of my rocket fuel turbo pumps on? I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Can check though. No, it's off. It's off. It's the extra pumps I added to the filters are definitely not helping my situation because they use a fair bit too. But I think overall, it's just it's me losing the cheated 50% power that I had. Because I had that cheesy power from the way the transformers were set up, and changing it, I think, has gotten rid of that. So, let's go grab a bag. Or 3. Yeah, Danny, good call to check. I'm pretty sure it's okay though. I mean, I'm not going to mine that much cobalt in one go. I think I've got plenty of copper, but I might pick up some. So maybe it's worth having them for that. Then... Yeah, let's go out and mine, isn't it? Oh no, I need to change over my glasses. Got the wrong one. Oh, I printed off too many turbines. I'll go put these out. Leave that printing that for a minute. Check this. Up to 620%. Power is at 64. We're still okay. Yeah, I might change the battery in my glasses. It may run out in that time. It is not good for the base for me to have to charge a nuclear battery, though. Well, I don't have room for the other 3. It's going to feel like they're wasted. Can't be making it messy out here. No, I'm not leaving now, Daz. I'm not leaving. I'm not ready to leave. That's why I didn't put the battery in the beacon. I'm not leaving yet. I am just putting down the wind turbines, that's it. That was as much as I was doing. And then cabling him up. I'll shove these ones in between for now. And maybe I will endeavour to get this hooked up to my power system to get another set going. But I do think going for the solar panels is probably the better plan. So yeah, that's nearly an extra 50 mini turbines added to my power. That's something. Sure, it's helping. Something. Yes, I think I have left enough room to expand the runway and things. Yes. Because there's 2 blocks here, which will take us out to 9 by 9. The solar panels should be okay. Maybe. I guess we'll find out when the first one, big one lands. No, the base is not yet pressurized. Because I keep running out of power. The power problem's all over again. My life on Venus is power and temperature problems. How much does a wireless battery cost to make? I've never made one. Although I need a transmitter then, don't I, as well? Oh, they're pretty cheap. They're pretty cheap too. Yeah, why not? Let's do this. I've never done it before. Oh, wait a second. How much power do these big cells hold? Is it the same as a big battery? Oh, do they not hold any power at all? Oh no, it looks like they do. Because I went with the big cell. Whoa! Okay, that's not what I thought I was building. I think I just built the wrong thing. I think I need the Omni one, don't I? Okay. That was, wasn't expecting something that looked like a gigantic cannon. Oh, it has to be placed flat. Can't be placed on the wall. Lame-o. Alright, cell is charging. I can turn that on when I leave. We're at 790%. 800%. Ah, it's gonna be annoying. I wanted to start this mining before I went out mining myself. Small wireless is about 1/3 the normal battery. Large wireless is 1/4 the large cell. So 2 times the normal small battery. Okay, that should be alright for my needs. Because the base should keep it charged most of the time, but it will fail some of the time, so it should be okay. Okay, we printed off a bunch of that. Really is just go out and mine. Is the 200% going to take long enough that I can go out and mine and come back and it'll be finished? Or will it be wasting heaps of power? Yeah, I know there's a station beacon. It seemed like a simple enough example for me to test out this idea. And I can probably put this cell into one of my tools, like my drill or something, when I'm done. Yeah, probably my drill, because it's got just a regular large cell at the moment. Yep, check suit tanks, eat and drink. That'll occupy some of the time. Maybe that'll be done. Because the mining takes forever and I'd really like to get it started. Backup tank is empty. Maybe we'll take a extra spare. Oxygen, I don't think I need to bring the spare. If I'm getting low on oxygen, I need to leave. Alright. Food and water. Wireless batteries are good for the pads. Yeah, I can see that being useful. Though I tend to use them... Like, I can see myself possibly... Oh no, I don't really use it away from the base, do I? But yeah, as long as it's within range. It's whatever tools get used only at base that I think are the ones that seem to benefit the most. You guys are both still running? Yep. So it's obviously not good for the glasses, it's not good for the suit, it's not good for your mining drill, that sort of thing. Speaking of. Nah, you're good. I'll take these ferns down and then I reckon we're going to be pretty close to that scanner being finished. Angle grinder, hand drill, and labeler. Yeah. I think maybe also, maybe for the welder, because I don't see myself welding out of range all that often, but it uses so much power that the capacity within the cell might be a problem. If the range of the transmitter is small enough. Because I don't know what the range is. Rocket scanner should be done in about 6.5 minutes. Yeah, 9 times 20 seconds. 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes is not long enough for me to go out mining. I'm just going to fill up my water bottle. Because that at least occupies me for a moment. Oh, something I didn't mention when I was talking about the me being in Prague, of SE2 getting released is that I'm going to be streaming it. From Keen's office. Or at least that's part of the plan. At least I think I'm going to be streaming Space Engineers too. I presume that's what, at the very least, streaming from Keen. So I may well play some SE1 as well. But the plan is to potentially do that on the day that I have some front page time on Twitch. What will you try to build to break the game on stream? I have some ideas. That should be silly. Sadly, Crazy Canuck, I'm not going to be there long enough to go as far afield as I might have liked to, like to visit my brother or anything like that. It's because I'm just going for a week. But I believe Shadow is possibly... we might be catching up while I'm over there. But no other plans. Thanks, Camo. Thank you for the 35 months. Just shy of 3 years. Alright, here we go. We're almost done. And mining boost is ready. Let's switch over to mining. Cargo storage on. Rocket miner on. Rocket scanner off. Yield 134 ore. Wow. This is going to get full quick. Awesome. Sweet. Okay, suit power's good. All that's good. Let's turn you on. Let's go search for some cobalt. Make a whole truckload of astraloy. The node past that has plenty of nice cold water. Ah. I didn't turn the cargo container off. I turned the open, didn't I? Wait, did I close the wrong one? I might have closed the wrong one. Oh, I've got controls outside. Why am I going inside? Oh. Why? Curse you, airlocks. Yes, I was being a Doom voxel then. Cargo storage medium. Medium is the first one, so it should be open. Small should be closed. There we go. Thank you. That's fixed. I don't usually name beacons bacon. Because I think bacon's overhyped. Would a smaller airlock take less time to transition? Yes. Yes, it would. Can I make it look as nice as it does by making it, if I made it smaller? No, no I can't. I think that cobalt might be too deep. I'm not sure I'll be able to get to it. We'll find out. Yep. Of course. Of course it's too deep. I really... That's the depth of... The depth of that, of the maximum depth of Venus really annoys me. gotten in the way of so much of the things I want to do. Oh, here's some more. And that might be reachable. Oh, it is hard to... It's hard to look when you've got this many bits of ore in front of you. The pinks overlying the purples, overlying everything else. One, two, three, four, five. 5 stacks of cobalt so far. Not too bad. I really want at least 10 stacks. Because if we have a look at this, if I have 10 stacks of... That's not what I want. If I have 10 stacks of cobalt, that's a kilo of steel. So I need at least that. $20 would be even better. It's 15 astraloy per heavy solar panel. I sort of made my base in a mountain. But yes, on a mountain might have played better. Although I'd still need to go in. Just because that's how... Staying out of the... That's how I was able to get the base big enough initially to be usable. Because I didn't want to have to build all the walls. Oh, the wind is too strong. Let me out. Yep, I was full-on mole man at the start. Which I still think was the right choice. I do need copper, so let's grab it a little bit since I'm standing in it. So that's another 1, 2, 3, 4. So my searching from the base, I think that's going to be too deep. I'll get this instead. My searching from the base previously has always been on cardinal directions, so I could know my way home because I didn't have a beacon. So there's probably a lot of stuff relatively close to my base if I just go slightly off the cardinals. Which is what I thought about before I was making the beacon this time. There we go. True, Mole Man is easier now that frames don't hold bad air. That is true. There have been a number of things that have changed during this series that have made it better. Like, the fact that I can mine like this and I haven't cracked my suit yet. That's a big improvement. Yeah, not having to track your base, not having to be super careful about where you're going does make mining heaps easier. It was one of the things that made it so much better in Terraformers was that we just tracked each other. Once we realized that that was a thing. Made it so much better for getting around. Who needs a beacon when you can just track another player? Alright. How much is that now? Oh, 6 short of a bag. Okay. I mean, the slam mining was still happening. I don't know why I'm getting away with it right now. So I feel like I'm being much more aggressive than I have ever any right to get away with. But since it's working, I'm just rolling with it. Oh, so much cobalt, this is great. Okay, I think that's that one mined out. How much more? So, a full bag of it. It's a pretty solid start for some astraloy. If I've got 15 astraloy per solar panel, and I make 1.5 kilos of astraloy, so 1.5 kilos of astraloy is going to need 1.5 kilos of cobalt. That's probably a good place to start, because that's 100 more solar panels. So that would be... That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So I need another 300 kilos... 300 bits more. 300 grams. Because that's a whole lot more solar panels than I currently have. Which means it should leave me with power positive. Oh. Too deep. Yeah, I'll put the coal in the coal gen when I get back as well. I might shove the coal just here. We'll put the copper in there. I want to leave the coal nice and easily seen so I don't forget to get rid of it. Yeah, cobalt. Oh, there's some more. Sadly, stream delay means that if you say missed one, yeah, I'm not going to find it. There is no capacity to help in this circumstance. I reckon if I just do this next one, I might have enough. Should probably grab silicon while I'm out here. But, oh well. I think this is enough mining for all of us. see how much is in here. So we got another 400 in there. So I've got 1600. Oh, there's some more here. I'll get this. Assuming it's not too deep. Oh, I'm gonna miss that one block. Oh well. Now, on my way home, let's mine as much coal as I can fit, because I'll just shove it all in generator. Tablet. Home is that away. Also need copper for the thing, don't I? So I should grab some more of that. Yeah, I was thinking if I shove a whole bunch of coal into the generator, at least that's gonna help my power situation for a little while. Oops. Bye, coal. That'll do. Well, I think I can see my base. And even more cobalt. Although that might... Oh, that's not too deep. Some of it isn't. That all is though.
Waste tank caution.
Alright, waste tank. Let's fix you. My silicon reserves? I think they're kind of okay. Because I like you saw all that plastic earlier on in this stream that I accidentally generated. Yeah, I think my silicon's actually not horrible. Oh, that's the light from the front of my base. Man, I love having the render distance increaser mod. Huh. Sounds like this is still operating. Yeah, there's a render distance changer mod. Can recommend. If your PC can handle it. How many coal generators can go on a single line? I don't know. Oh, lights were changed to create a long-distance beacon-like effect. Ah. Okay, so maybe it's that. Maybe it isn't the render distance thing. Look at my power situation. Oh. It's also nighttime. I think I might be slightly power positive. Yay! Four generators. Okay. Right. So, Rocket, how's the mining going? Power's still running. Cargo storage is... Small is full. Medium is half full. Cool. And we're getting 37 ore per thing, which is still heaps quicker than before. So I just got to wait till the medium cargo gets full and then send this thing home. I don't think I'm going to get the scanner built. I think I'm going to have to dismantle it so that that rocket can land. Because I've got so distracted by power situation. At least I've been able to use that rocket while I've been dealing with the power. Is this the second battery? No, this is still on the first battery. I think it's got like 4%, well, 8% power left on the initial one. No, 6%. It's down to 53. Okay. So I need to make a whole bunch of steel. And yeah, make a whole bunch of steel. So if I'm going to put in 1,500 cobalt, I need 3 kilograms of steel. Oh, that's a lot. 3 kilograms of steel requires... What's the best ratio there? So that's 3,000. So that's 2,250 iron needs to go in. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay, so we need to go a whole bag and then a whole lot more. Oh, I've got plenty of coal, and I've got coal that won't off-gas, which I want to use instead. That's why I put that coal outside in the generator, because it won't. It'll off-gas, so I didn't want to use it in here. This process will be quicker without it. Because I have that much coal. But even more than that, I have coal downstairs. And probably a lot more than that, because this is... blocking it up. So what does that say? There's still 11 items in there, so there's still more to sort through. I got heaps. No, don't. No, no. I don't want to mess this up. That would be really annoying. Not like that time I messed it up and I had to centrifuge the whole lot down again because I put a tiny little bit of gold in there. Or the time when I used the mixture of charcoal and coal and that doesn't work. Isn't there a limit on how much you can make at once? No. No, there's not. As far as I'm aware. You can make as big a batch as you like. It'll only pop out 500 grams at a time in a stack, but I don't think there's a limit. I've smelted a lot and not reached a limit. Also, with the ores not off-gassing, I'm now realizing that keeping a tiny bit of really hot gas in this means I can smelt even iron, and I don't need to use my electric smelter anymore. Which I probably should have realized earlier. We're halfway there on the iron. Yes, there are machines that can empty bags. No, I have never used one. No, I am not going to bother setting one up now. Yes, I would like to learn how to use them at some point. I'm almost ready for SE2, I think. I think it's going to be... I think Space Engineers 2 is going to go through several launch events. There's this one where we first get access to seeing what the creative mode stuff they've done actually does. Then there's going to be the much bigger one when they add survival. Then another big one when we get planets and multiplayer. And I think... I do wonder if Keen intentionally did that because they realize that's how it's going to play out. It's going to have multiple launches, and this way they get to have multiple. I just hope it doesn't backfire on them. Because I want it to be successful. Because I want Space Engineers, but better engine. Yeah. Yeah. If Keen's willing to fly me to Prague each time, sure. I think we're going to have about, I reckon, somewhere between 18 and 24 months of true overlap between the games in terms of what we're playing as players. Let's make sure I've got the right amount. Before I start adding coal. Should have one more. Not only no more invisible trees, better LODs for trees. Because I don't think trees have proper LODs. Levels of detail. So the trees end up with with a disproportionately large performance impact as a result. Yeah, my gut reaction to mod.io is not a good one, but I guess we'll wait and see. And I swear I saw somewhere in a clip or something. No, it was on someone posted a Twitter link of Marek saying, "Look, we're gonna try the mod.io thing, and if people are happy, but if people are really, really unhappy, much as Keen has done in the past, they will change their plan." But I think they're gonna go mod.io on its own first, regardless of people's feelings right now, and see if they can change people's minds. But it's an uphill battle, for sure. I mean, where did that even go? We are talking about the same company that didn't intend to put planets in their game and then did. Because of community pressure. I think I just vaporized a thing of coal. Oh no, there it is. It's not hot enough. Dang it! Some of that coal off-gassed. Poop. Alright, I guess we're gonna pump this out. People dislike mod.io because it is fundamentally worse. The interface is pretty awful, but Keen's plan is to have their own interface in-game and you don't even touch the mod.io website. People dislike mod.io because it's funded by venture capitalists, and presumably at some point they're going to try and make money off it. So at some point it's going to get really bad, whereas we already know Steam is the devil we know. And some people dislike it just because they dislike anything related to consoles having an impact on PC games. Which is probably not a justifiable position, though the other ones are. There we go. 3 kilos of steel. Now we put it back in the furnace. Though I might shove it in after. Let's get... So I've got 3 kilos of steel. I need 1,500 grams of copper and 1,500 grams of cobalt. Start with the copper. Oh dear, we may not have enough copper. Yeah, I'm not... I don't mind whatever people play on. I do... It's understandable, I think, why a lot of PC players get annoyed at things for console changing their experience sometimes for the worst. Interfaces being a common one, that interfaces designed for controller are often terrible for mouse and keyboard. So you can understand why people get upset by that. Thanks, the Doctor. Thank you for 19 months. Blaine. Yeah, you one of the biggest features of mod.io that is missing, that is present on Steam, and that is a problem, is you cannot post something unlisted. So if I'm posting a mod that I'm just using for a series and don't want to provide any support for and don't want people to know what it is because it's a bit of a surprise, I can't do that on mod.io. It's impossible. So unless Keen can add that functionality, that's a significant problem. Mod.io can take every mod just as Steam can, whether they've got scripting or not. You'll get a whole lot of people complaining because they can't use it on their console, but the mod will work for PC players. Have they added visibility controls? Because they didn't have them when I checked recently, TFE. Maybe that's something that people have complained enough about they actually did fix. And I don't... Actually, TFE, is there an unlisted? Or are there just visibility controls so that it's private and no one else can use it other than you? Because that's very different to unlisted on Steam. Yeah, there's no collaborative mods as well. There are legitimate concerns with mod.io. Whether Keen can address them in its implementation of using Space Engineers 2 front end while using mod.io's back end is open for question. Like, we just have to wait and see. But there are legitimate concerns about it. All right, that is the copper in. Now the cobalt. Why'd you... Oh, I hate this about cobalt. Likes to roll away. Steve doesn't want to be smelted. Yeah. Steve doesn't want to become solar panels. Too bad, buddy. You're being made into a lot of solar panels. That I'm probably then going to realize I need some other ores for as well, but that's okay. The astraloy is the annoying one. But yeah, like, it's a difficult thing for me to talk about because there are a lot of people with very passionate views about the mod.io thing. And some are... a lot of them are rational, and a lot of them aren't. And unfortunately, it's very difficult to hear just the rational ones. / read just the rational ones. I haven't died in months. Like, real world months. Didn't even die when I brought down a rocket at 1200 meters per second, fairly near my face. Alright, let's pay more attention now, because I should be getting close to having enough cobalt in. Then I just got to get that 3 kilos of steel in, and we've got a huge amount of astraloy by my standards. Okay, another 200. So 1, 2, 3, 4. More heat. I don't think there's any reasonable answer to that question, Core. Given we don't have any information about programmable blocks or anything like that for SE2, or even how the inventory system is going to work. Will we have combined ship-wide inventory? Will we have... We don't know. We know none of that. So there's not really anything... I don't feel like I can say anything constructive about any expectations on that front. Oh, I should check on my rocket while that's doing that. Yes, okay. Battery on. Continue mining. Where's our storage at? Cargo storage medium, 74% full. Alright, not too much longer. Yeah, I didn't want to leave the pump running on the thing. It was doing something. There was just enough heat for it to do a little bit more, but I didn't want to leave the pump running when I walked out of the room. That seems like a very high-risk play. When I already had over 20 megapascals inside the chamber. Is there really much difference between can't and won't, Worms? In this context? Where's my sense of adventure? I left it in the wrong way out save last week, because wow was I off the rails last week. I should not have had that much caffeine before I streamed, when I haven't had caffeine in about a year and a bit. I was just so tired that morning. And I needed something to give me enough energy to get through, and I had too much energy. Splitsy Goes Mad makes a fun episode, but not for a whole series. Yeah. Yeah, Daz, I had V, which is Australia, New Zealand, was made in Kiwi. The Kiwis made it first, but it's manufactured here as well now. It's a Kiwi energy drink. Which I quite like the flavor of. And the smell. Just instant salivation when I smell it. V. Yeah, 80. V is good. It's not good for you, but it is good. Yes, KB, yes. No, it's an energy drink made by originally made in New Zealand. I'm not sure if the company's owned in New Zealand, but the drink was originally made there. Oh, I can't stand Monster. Monster's ridiculously oversweet. Ugh. No. Monster. The Monster we can get in Australia is not as horrifically sweet as the one I tried in the US. That was possibly one of the most awful soft drink things I've ever tried in my life. I actually preferred coffee over it, and I hate coffee. Monster smelled like rhubarb. It's been a long time since I've had it, but I like rhubarb, so that wouldn't have put me off. I've got a very well-growing rhubarb plant in my front yard. Stew it with some apples. Throw it with some yogurt or ice cream. Is good. Or throw it on top of some puff pastry. Do you think the Kiwis made V so they would be able to count all the sheep? You mean so they wouldn't fall asleep counting them all? Oh dear. Yeah, rhubarb crumble? Mmm. Oh man. Making this much astraloy is a thing. It was funny, my other possibly worst food experience, at least worst bought food experience, is also a US thing, which came up in the Discord this week. Lots of people have been like, oh, Popeyes is really good, Popeyes is really good. Popeyes is the worst thing I've ever paid for. Bar nothing. I've never paid for more disgusting food. It was horrible. Alright, how hot does this need to be, and how... Needs to be 1000 Kelvin. So I need to... It can be 500 Kelvin at 15 megapascals, probably, around that. I drop it down to maybe 5 or 10. I think we'll hit the right mark. Yeah, Louis, it was weird. Lots of people had said it before I went to the US a few years back. And so I was like, all right, I'll try it. Nope, 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 nope. Soggy, fatty, greasy, no redeeming features. It wasn't even hot. It was, it tasted like 3-day-old KFC. And I don't like KFC anymore. I used to. It was, yeah.
Hydration critical.
Come on. There we go. 1500 grams of astroloy. Blam, blam, blam. Now I can stop talking about Popeyes. And do some things. Whenever I've brought this up, though, it sounds like Popeyes might be one of those franchises where there's not a lot of quality control in what they put out from head office. So you can have everything ranging from truly abominable to, yeah, okay, from what people have said. As compared to something like McDonald's, where it's not such a broad range. You tend to be pretty confident in what you're going to get. It might look less aesthetically pleasing from one place to another, but it's still going to taste pretty much the same. One, two, and three. All right, let's start the solar panels. I'm going to need to get a whole lot of electrum and other things as well, obviously. Which I don't have any up here. Nuts. Oh well. We'll come back to that. What I'm going to look at now is, can I pressurize my base? That is the wrong cartridge. Wait, was it? Oh, 266. We've gained 100 kilomoles in that tank. And the CO2 has gone up by an unknown amount because I forgot to record it. And the volatiles have gone down by 20 something. But they're about to go up because I'm bringing that rocket home soon. There's still another 35 in here. Okay. Has the rocket finished? Yes, the rocket has pretty much finished. 93%. There's a small bit of Australian pride that comes to mind whenever I think about the fact that Starbucks totally failed here. Yes, the small cargo is full. I don't drink coffee. It smells, I like the aroma. It's pleasant, but it tastes like bitter dirt water to me. But there's a bit of Australian pride that Starbucks tried to make it in Australia and just failed. Yeah, totally failed, I think is pretty accurate. Oh, storm. Yes. Can check on the turbines. One kilowatt. 20 from the big ones, 1 from the small ones. Nice. Australia's coffee culture arrived with, to some extent, the snowy mountain hydroelectric program, because a whole lot of Italian and Greek migrants came to Australia as workers on it, and they brought their coffee culture with them, and that has pervaded Australia since. So we've got a mix of Greek and Italian coffee culture in Australia. %. Yeah, we have the snowy mountains. They are... I mean, the highest point in Australia, a very unfit, probably even... Yeah, you can walk to. It's not it's not a difficult climb. The Australian Alps have more snow than the Swiss Alps. Do they? I mean, they're probably a lot bigger by total area, so I can see that being possible. Just seems very unlikely. Considering the amount of snow that has to be artificially manufactured for it. All right, 400 grams. From memory, it's 1-to-1 with Electrum. Yeah, Australia is very large but very flat because it's very old. The continent is very old. It has been weathered and worn and so things don't tend to be as tall. All right, Electrum, what do you need? You need low pressure, don't you? Ooh. Ooh, no, I can just dump this out and I can put this in the other furnace. I don't need to make Electrum in this one. Oops. Uh-oh. Well, that was a waste of time putting it in there. I should have looked at the things first. At least it's all off gas now, so it will just process quite quickly. Yeah, if I built another... Next time I build a furnace system like this, I will almost certainly put more chutes on the inlet so that I can put more in more quickly. Maybe even a silo, to be honest. Though a silo's probably overkill. Oh, that just went through the floor. I think. Oh well, I don't know where that went. Oh, it's underneath. Can't see it. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, I wish I had a crouch button then. I need 800 kPa and we're at 100, so that's, whoops, wrong one. This is probably not enough electrum for the solar panels, but at least it's a start. As I don't have much more gold available. Oh no, 800 grams, that's pretty good. That should be plenty. Alright, how are we looking? So copper is going to be the thing that runs out next. And then it'll be steel after that, I think. That's a fair ways off, so that's fine. Blocks are 2 meters tall. Player character is like 1.2. I reckon. Something around there. Alright, let's check on the rocket. Let's see if I bring it home. I'll check on my batteries too. But I think I've fixed them. For now, because that storm's come through and these batteries will drain into these slowly and keep them topped up. This is probably done. Yep. Okay, time to head home. So let's head back to Venus orbit. Turn the rocket miner off. Turn the engine on. Yes. Now I'm going to have to dismantle the rocket that's on the pad. So I can actually get this thing back. Oh, speaking of characters, have any of you guys been following the Rocketworks Kerbal Space Program successor, I guess? Let me just open this, if I can make it so it's not going to play Rocket's Spotify tracks. These are the character designs they've started. Which, as a dog person, I don't instantly hate. So, that's a start. Yeah, I think these are okay. I would have preferred not cats, or maybe just this, but cats, dogs, frogs, like Star Fox style. But I can understand why they'd only want to do one character design initially, at least. Yeah, not horrible. Certainly not what I was fearing. I was fearing, oh, let me see if I can show you guys quickly. There's a game that's got some truly horrifying character design in it that is being made in Unreal and is meant to be going for the Kerbal Space Program feel again. I'm just trying to find the link that I had to it. Here we go. Let's go to store. These are the character designs I feared. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Something to haunt your nightmares. Waste tank's good. It's okay. That's worse than Elmo Splitsy. Mm. Yeah, it is. Okay, pad is clear for landing. Let's see where the rocket's at. And we're in orbit. So moderate from high, low from 40. Let's stick on the moderate. I had enough stressful landing. Okay. Map. Set destination. Rocket. Save game in case weirdness. Rocket. Make. Land now. There we go. Fuel time 630 seconds. 340 for the descent arrest. Impact velocity NA. Perfect. We're good. We are good. Let's just do a thing. I'll be back in just a second. I need to take a quick bio break. I am going to put the capax on while we wait for this. And see how bad it is. If your stream goes weird, it's not you, it's me. I'm back. Oh no, don't make it into a cat pack. Can you imagine how horrible the animations would be for cat packs? Oh, that's dark. That takes to a very dark place. The KSP2 the KSP IP being bought, I don't feel like any of us should hold out any hope on that front. Yeah. I reckon it's... Oh, there's a little blue torch up there. I got an angle on it before. I reckon the most likely thing is you might see a Kerbal Space Program RPG. Or some other completely different thing using Kerbals. As more likely than an actual KSP game being made by it. The kind of companies that buy those sorts of IP, that I feel like they're going to be more likely to just milk it for what they can as quickly as they can. Yeah, Grand Theft Kerbal. Yeah. Yep. On the issues with my OBS on my stream PC, I'm going to wait till February before I decide how I'm going to fix that. We're at 8.5Ks up. I actually think the more likely thing you'd see from Kerbals would be like a Stardew Valley clone with Kerbals. Light no Kerbal. How much the promotion of that is such a makes me angry. Kenny Mart, I honestly don't know if the B580 would be good in the stream rig. I also haven't looked at the comparative cost between it and a 4060, which would be the competitor in the stream rig for it. I don't think they're terribly different in price, and therefore the one with the more stable drivers is the preferred option. Oh, I can see the rocket consistently now. Not sure if that 1 pixel will come through on your end yet, but it's getting bigger, and I can hear it. Yeah, the 50 series is why I'm waiting till February before I make any decisions about what I'm going to do graphics card wise for the stream PC. Because it'll have probably a sharp impact at launch on the prices of other cards. Yay! Another successful landing. Now I cannot start crushing the ice yet because I need to sort out that whole system. If you are seeing closed captioning before the audio, you might need to refresh your stream and see if you get a lower latency video. Because that's weird. Well, the new GPUs from Nvidia are going to be more expensive because they've already released the prices. And it's going to be $2,000 for the 5090 compared to the, what was the 3090 on release? 1300? Was the 3090 1300 US? I don't remember what the US price was. Let's check. Atmo analyzer. All right, 277 kilomoles. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to find out if this is enough for my base to pressurize. The way we're going to do that is by saving the game and then dismantling these tanks. $40.90 was $16.99, $30.90 was $15.99. Okay, that's less bad than I thought. Because in Australia, the 3090 was 3,000. And if we're going off those rough ratios of an extra, what, 25%? That means it's going to be 4,000 for the 5090. But yes, rip tank. Are we ready for some fun times? Tank blam. All right, here goes. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Suit damage.
Yeah. Holy cow. The wind. The wind is real. Oh. Oh. Oh, this is looking promising. This is looking really promising. Oh yeah, did anyone catch the peak pressure there? Oh, it gets a lot lower outside that door. Oh man, that's close. Oh, that's really close. $1,100 kPa. Wow. It is lucky the windows didn't break. Actually, that's enough to break them. I think we still don't have enough gas. Oh no, it's still pushing through. There's still a lot in here. Yeah, my vacuum vent is off. There we go. My helmet's off. Wow, there's a lot of noise in here. And this little spot here, so windy. Oh, this is a test. I'm not living with this change. Yeah, what is that? Oh, that's just for the airlock. Don't worry about that. I'm breathing. I'm breathing. It's working! My helmet's open, by the way. I have enough. I may not have enough to then be able to launch my rocket again, but I have enough. Everywhere. Yes! Oh, that's incredible. Yep, lots of power too. And even more once the thing gets... the solar panels get printed off. I don't know where this belongs. I think it's there? I mean, that's technically enough to launch the rocket? I could just leave this like this. I don't think I'm going to. I'd much rather set this up properly because I want this all to work. But oh my gosh, it's actually done it. So, since we're rolling back, let's have some fun. Everybody ready? Okay, that didn't kill me. Not yet, anyway. Oh, hang on. I know what to do next. It is struggling hard to figure out what's happening. Temperatures are not super hot. Ah! The pressure is massive. It's a megapascal in here. At almost 700 Celsius. Oh man. This just keeps on going. So this is what happens if all my tanks explode. No!
Suit damage.
Oops.
Temperature critical. Toxin detected.
Ah, where's my thing?
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical. Temperature high. Low pressure.
Yep, open air furnace. That's what I made. Ow!
Suit damage. Temperature critical.
Okay.
Toxin detected. Toxin critical.
Time
Toxin
to push through
Toxin critical.
the door!
Detected. Toxin critical. Toxin critical. Cognition low. Toxin critical. Toxin critical. Toxin critical. Toxin critical.
What's at the end of the room pushing doing things. The 6 gigantic tanks of storm air outside that are higher pressure than the system inside that are bleeding air in constantly, adding more and more and more and more and more. So yeah. Oh well, that was a bit of fun for the end of it. I think next week I'm going to be working on pressurizing the base and adding a shower, as well as sorting the gas from the rocket. That's epic. I'm actually going to do the thing next week. Yay! That's fantastic. I'll be back on Sunday, as I said, either with some more Space Engineers or with some more Hydroneer. And back on Monday, obviously, with some more Wrong Way Out. So there's all that. And plenty more to come. And I will see you then. That was a bit of fun, everyone. Thank you.